Good evening and welcome to the live stream, 5 o'clock on the Sunday, and a very good evening already to Southwestern, to Seb, to Amaze Tays. Hope you are all well, and planes, trains and more as well. Hope everybody is really good on this Sunday afternoon stroke evening, and we're just about ready to go. Better get the game loaded up actually, because it takes forever and a day to get the game loaded up, and we'll talk about a little bit about what we've got in store. So we're going to start off on Manchester Commuter with a 323 run, so Manchester Piccadilly to the airport at all stations. Then a 378, a little trip on the Malme line, Stratford to Willesden Junction. A couple of free roam Class 86 Railtour runs, so Euston to Milton Keynes, and then Manchester Piccadilly to Wilms. That'll be in Les Ross with the rake of the Mark II Fs, and then an East Coast Main Line Class 66 freight run with the Intermodal Pack, so that's Peterborough to Newark. Yeah, hope everybody's doing well. We still managed to sit outside for Sunday lunch today, but it started raining on us about 3/4 of the way in. So we tried to stick it out for a little bit, but then it started getting a little bit heavier. So in the end, we gave up. But overall, not too bad. I'm not too bothered about missing the golf, because it looks as though it's a pretty much a foregone conclusion in that direction. Yeah, let me know if it, I think I've got it on normal volume as far as I know. But let me know if anybody else finding it quieter than normal. And I've, at the suggestion of Amaze Tays, I've got the power brake controller reinstalled again, which I've not used for a while, I must admit, but it's now been properly configured so that it works with Train World 5. So, okay, yeah, right, that's brilliant. So hopefully that will, it's a while since I've used it though, so I'm hoping it doesn't mess me driving up too much, but yeah, it'll be interesting to use it again. It does feel quite immersive though when you come into the platform and you're actually braking it with the power brake controller as opposed to using the keyboard. So it's it, you know, almost feels as though you're in a real train. So the first one is 2 Alpha 93, and it's the 0831, and it's part 1, Manchester Piccadilly to the airport. So I think we're starting on the outside platforms at Piccadilly. So let's have a go on Manchester Airport Commuter. Of course, the weekday timetable. I've never even tried the Sunday timetable yet. Because we always want decent weather. Yeah, hi Seb. Hope you're well. And I bet you've got your announcement system going again, have you? What's it set on? What's it set on today? Ah, right, yes, yeah. I have to say, I haven't got the door selector or the DSD panel. I've just got the power brake controller, the main contraption, and the AWS. I quite like the idea of having the brake controller at some point as well for the trains that have sort of got both a brake and an accelerator, a separate controls. Ah, right, okay. Ah, good evening, Scooby. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, it's funny, isn't it? But I think you missed us on Tuesday for the live Class 86 stream. But when we were doing the Friday stream last weekend, and we were talking about the FIFA Club World Cup final, and I think your last comments were, well, I'm kind of looking forward to it, but I just hope we don't get hammered. But you played extremely well, I have to say. And I did enjoy it, actually, the performance. Even if we did have to put up with Donald Trump trying to pass himself off as a Chelsea supporter. Now, that even works. Even the key goes in, so... I think we're setting forward, are we? Bit surreal, actually. Even the FIFA man wanted, Infantino was calling Trump away at the end to say, right, that's it now, Donald. You've done your bit. Let them get on with celebrating. I think a couple of the players asked in a roundabout way, saying, are you going to let us celebrate now? But it was an amazing performance. Yeah, I have to say, they're not cheap. And it was kind of, when I bought it, it was at that point where they were still quite hard to get hold of. So it was like, sort of, it was one of those rounds where it was all sold out within the hour. And yeah, dead expensive, but it's something you can use forever pretty much. Yes. Right. Okay, so let's get the job. I thought I'd got rid of all the flies, but needless to say, they have returned. The only thing that seems slightly weird is I'm not getting the thing on the screen telling me how many notches I am. So, but you kind of should know it anyway from looking at your controller. So it's kind of getting used to recognising that. Oh, I know what I haven't done. Ah, right, yeah, not quite working at the moment. Well, I suppose with these things, they can be a bit troublesome sometimes. That's quite a nice little scene there, isn't it? We've had a Class 87 coming in. We just had a Transport for Wales over there. Another one that's just come in on the other side. So all go. Probably just something to do with the setting somewhere. I mean, it's not even impossible. I could probably reboot the computer, load it up again, and then it shows up. But I mean, in some ways, it doesn't massively matter. So I love this sea though as we depart Manchester. It looks absolutely stunning. I know those football pitches over there are there in real life as well. There's like a whole myriad of them. Yeah, I did enjoy that last Sunday night. Actually, that was another bonus, really. I mean, I enjoyed the Wimbledon finals, but it was nice being able to sit down and watch the Club World Cup final. I mean, I've not watched a single second of the rest of the tournament, but I did enjoy the final. I haven't actually. I've left it in. It's one of those things. It doesn't really bother me, really. Yeah, I did see that was an option on Train Sim Community. I'll try and get a bit of brakes on for Slade Lane Junction. Yeah, they did play well. Fully deserved the result. I mean, it was a bit curious why suddenly PSG, you know, it was as though it was a game too far for them. Ah, good evening, Ethan. I think it was mentioned by Matt in the... I don't know if it was on the forums. I think it was on one of the forum entries, and I think he kind of said there's no change on that situation at the moment. So, yeah, you never know. Never say never. I mean, I'm quite fortunate in that playing it on the PC, it's kind of not an issue because you can download the patch for it on there. Taking Slade Lane Junction. I don't think we've done a stopper to the airport, as I recall, so far on the stream. Ah, good evening, Christopher. Ah, you've got thunderstorms, have you? No, in fact, my brother was remarking about that earlier on, the fact that we've had sort of thunderstorms forecast over the last few days, but we've not had any. So I take it you've got thunderstorms, have you, in your part of Shropshire? All sunny around Manchester, I have to say, on the train game. Hope you're doing well. How was Llandudno, by the way? And Amersham is welcome to that. Yes, yeah, it's very surreal, isn't it, when you get bad thunderstorm. I always remember one when I was little, and I was playing with my mate only a few miles away, but we were playing cricket in his garden, and we were kind of packing up because it was starting to rain. And then we heard the most almighty bang, Slightly overdid that stop. Don't know whether it was my imagination. I might just have heard something in the background. All right, yeah, just seen your comment, Southwestern, yeah. I wasn't sure for a minute whether you meant on a game or a simulator of some description or in real life, but I presume you mean in real life. I know. Yeah, absolutely. Very good. Still taking me a bit of getting used to using this power brake controller again. I mean, it's brilliant, but it kind of adds a slight little nuance to it as well. So we'll get this one in a bit better, I reckon. There we are, perfect. Here are Burnage. Yeah, I hope you've all had a good week. Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, Chris. Yeah, no trains landed. No. Amersham was great, lovely town. Yes, indeed. Yeah. It's very sort of nice part of the world, really. Yeah, I think I've heard the odd rumble, to be honest, in the last few minutes. Oh, right, that's a nuisance, Southwestern. Yeah, it's a shame because it's a lovely train to drive. Ah, good evening, Andrew. Yeah, it's quite strange with Amersham that it's that feeling that, you know, you're in the midst of the countryside and it's as far removed from the tube as it possibly could be. And you even travel quite fast on the tube as well. I think that's the emergency brakes I've activated there. That's a nuisance. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Plus, it's got the great name as well, hasn't it? You know, you can't beat that for a name, can you? Really, Cockfosters. Yeah, hope you do well, Andrew. Yeah, good to see you again. Have installed the that sort of barrier unlocker thing off that Czech trade sim community website. So I'm hoping that when we kind of pan out with camera 8, we can go a bit farther than we normally can. It's one of those places. It's like in the midst of. I haven't got a clue where it is. You know, if you'd said to me, where is Cockfosters, I would not have had a clue where, you know, you're obviously telling me it's North London. I would not have had the faintest idea. I see what you're saying, Southwestern. Yeah, very good. All right, sorry to hear that. Andrew, I hope he's doing all right. Yeah, and I'm sure we've had the discussion before, but it's one of those things that kind of evades me memory. I'll probably say the same thing again in about 2 months' time. All right, okay, well, fingers crossed for you, Andrew. Oh, heck, I'm going way over here. Crikey, what's going wrong today? I'm blaming Amaze Taste for this power controller thing. I can't control it. Not blaming, you know, my own poor driving, of course. I know, absolutely. I know, that's the idea, isn't it? I do find it a bit. I mean, this is my one excuse. I find it a bit distracting, the fact that for some reason it's not telling me which notch I'm in on the controller. So I'm kind of having to guess slightly. But never mind. Yeah, ScotRail 158. I mean, I have got some northern ones installed, but of course by default all the AI trains will be ScotRail, and I think it's been said that occasionally, or there was a period where ScotRail did loan some to Northern. No more than usual. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, well, you never know, it might help you, Southwestern. Yeah, I can definitely hear something outside. Right, now we're in notch 3, so we're all right here. Right, okay. Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, well, enjoy that. Yeah. Oh, the fun's Southwestern of yeah, learning to drive. It's quite exciting though, because once you've done it and you've got a car and you can drive, then it is really sort of refreshing. You feel as though you've got proper freedom in life. Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It shouldn't have the ScotRail livery on there. I mean, I'm waiting for somebody perhaps to do a patch, and then pretty much you could just have the northern liveried ones in the game. Yeah, definitely hear the rain outside, so we've got this thunder coming, that's for sure. Somehow don't fancy my chances of a victory on this this first leg, it has to be said. I know it's shocking. I mean, I'm not really in the world of car insurance nowadays, but I work in insurance, and I can remember when I first started that car insurance for 17-year-olds wasn't anywhere near as bad as it is now. And I think it was kind of when we got the problem was we got the boy racer situation that came in, and that massively changed things. Yeah, I can remember, I very much remember seeing the 319s. Of course, I don't know if they're definitely the same 319s that they then converted into the 769s that you see today. The weird thing is, I can hear some rumbling going on now outside, but I actually wouldn't have known for sure whether it was outside or actually coming through my headset. But I can certainly hear the rain outside, and of course it's dry as anything in Manchester. Oh wow, Scooby, there you go. So we've got it here as well. Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to make, that's the only positive in the yeah, well, you never know. Again, because of the sort of PC side of things for me, I've got GBRF livery in the game. I tend to forget all these things, and you know, it's sort of all the stuff that's available as a PC user. Oh yeah, that was a definite loud bang then there. Right, I see what you mean, Scooby. So it wasn't the fact that it was lightning at your end, but you got a brief cut off on the stream, did you, on your side? Wow. Yeah, it could be. We just heard a bit of a loud bang. You might even, if it gets loud enough, you might even hear them actually through the microphone. I bet it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably causing problems with the internet connection, I'm guessing. Yeah, it did record a few drop frames, so hopefully it's back to normal. Right, there we go. I'll make a note of the score for posterity purposes, but somehow I don't think that's going to earn me a victory. 5548. Yeah, you might get to hear the bangs at some point. Yeah, I think I'm hoping it's just because it's always a few seconds behind, so I'm sort of hoping that it's all right now. It's not recording any more the drop frames other than the few that I think we encountered a few minutes back. So hopefully it'll be all right. I think it's just a momentary thing, all being well. Oh, there you go. Well, a well-deserved victory there. So yeah, I was 5548, but I don't think I had much of a chance on that one, did I? So with all the toings and froings with that. So well played, good victory for you. And let's hope that it's all right. Yeah, the rain started to come down quite significantly, so I think it might be a little bit weather affected. But it's always like a couple of minutes behind, because I think technically if I when I go live at 5 o'clock, I think I have to kind of connect it live at about a minute for it to hit the mark at 5. So we're always, you know, about a minute or so behind. But fingers crossed, it's going to be all right. Oh, I know what I meant to check actually. Let me just have a quick look on the TS controller thing, just in case there is anything in the settings that I've got that's a little bit funny. I don't think so though. I've only got PBC. Clicked. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even sure it's as quick as 30 seconds. I think it almost might be getting on for a minute, Southwestern. But yeah. So yeah, so fingers crossed. Let us know. Hopefully the stream is getting back to normal. There doesn't seem to be any consistent dropping out. It just seemed to be that brief period, and it was kind of round about the same time when I got a couple of bangs in the background. So if we get something really bad, it might just knock the whole thing out completely. Yeah, I never tried Twitch actually. It's always been YouTube. And thanks by the way, any Anybody watching on that hasn't liked and subscribed, if you consider doing so, I'd be really grateful. Yeah, it's I mean, nuisance this weather, isn't it? But let's try and crack on. So Malme line is next, and what was the run we got? So it's 2 Yankee 64, but I think there's more than one of them. So it's the 11. Can't read my own writing whether it's 11:51 or 11:57. I'm sure it must be an error, the fact that you've got all the... Yeah, 11:57 it is. I'm sure it must be an error, the fact that you've got all these trains numbered with the same code. Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be really frustrating, South Western, because you know, you just want to do these services in full, don't you? So it's kind of frustrating to do 3/4 of the run and then the game crashes on you. Yeah, they all seem to be 57 minutes past the hour, don't they? The Stratford to Clapham Junction services. Yeah, well, it's worth doing. You can always tinker with the settings because, you know, it's brilliant to get them in really, really good settings, but no good if it doesn't work. There's a Elizabeth line train departing the background. That's very frustrating, that. Right, master key on. Oh, hang on. Right, so forward. And then that's normal, isn't it? Oh, right, is that what you meant? I think I did see it, yeah, I wasn't sure. I'd kind of lost the plot there. I wasn't sure what you were talking about, to tell you the truth. Was that your Manchester Thor or something, was it? We got a nice bit of variety as well with the... we've got a... What is it? Central line, isn't it? And then there's another one there as well. There's probably a DLR lurking somewhere about. Yeah, there it is, all its glory. So I'm hoping this sort of barrier unlocker I've done means I can kind of have a wander a little bit more with the camera slightly. So you can get a better view of the West Ham football ground in the background. Oh well, still enjoy it though. It's always good to be going on the train, South Western. I know you keep on saying that, don't you, Scooby? I definitely will do it. Does kind of make you realise though, if you're driving this in real life, that you kind of got to have a, I suppose it becomes instinctive after a while, but you've kind of got to know what notch you're in. All right, fantastic, Scooby. I mean, I did actually, I got as far, but I never quite managed to get round to using it in the stream, but I did actually load up a train which took us onto the East Coast Main Line from Willesden Junction, then with the idea of then having to reverse it back into King's Cross. I think that's the way to do it, because there's no direct access to King's Cross from the North London line, I don't think. Oh, you're better with your knowing your specs than me, Southwestern. Yeah, I think I'd probably be tempted to do it diesel orientated, just for the point of getting it to work. Yeah, well, mine's very, very outdated. I think I've been saying if I do upgrade the computer, though, I still won't be able to stream 4K because of the fact that we're rural. So no chance at the moment of being able to get 4K on the broadband that we have. Bit of a cautious stop to begin with, I have to say. I mean, the thing is, you know, it'd be lovely to play it in 4K if you can, but you know, I think if you can get it to, you know, sort of 1080 HD's still pretty nice. It is a demanding game, and I mean, at the moment I haven't actually got a 4K monitor anyway. So Homerton is next. problem is, to maintain any sort of semblance of timetable, you've got to be pretty much speeding up pretty quickly, haven't you, with this thing? So I'm very cautious with the first stop. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't go for a 4K monitor, but the tally I use, actually, because I play it through the my TV, and that's very much it's quite an old tally, actually. I think I bought this in 2012, so again, this isn't 4K. Should be in that S thing, shouldn't we, in the screen? I'll do is. Yeah, it just takes some getting used to, I think, this this line. I mean, it's a lovely lovely line. So I hope the stream's all right now. Fingers crossed. Certainly the rain seems to have stopped, the heavy rain, and the bangs seem to have stopped in the background. So I'm hoping that was just a little thing that's passed over. Right, and of course that's that you kind of get into that section where you branch off, well, trains branch off for the East London line, isn't it? Ah, excellent. Yeah, that's good to know. It's always a bit worrying because the problem is there's not much I can do about it, really. You know, I know connections-wise everything's all right. So yeah, it's very definitely a little weather-related thing. It was all okay, and then Christopher mentioned about it being thundery in his area, and of course I got it kind of minutes later, really. I always find this end of the North London line that the platforms are relatively short as well. And also I've got to try and avoid, when we get to Gospel Oak, of that little speed limit there as well. Yeah, that's the I have actually changed trains here, and remember walking down that corridor and coming across here. Fencing's a little bit suspect there, isn't it? Clearly it's only meant to be at least they got the platforms in, though. It's all good, the fact that it's included. Yeah, I always find again, it's, you know, it's enough for what it needs, but yeah, I'm kind of all right on the. I quite like the braking on the 710. It's quite a nice train to drive, and I know Scooby prefers the 378. By the way, I take it you are racing, Scooby, this afternoon. That's a bit better. All right. Oh, crikey, that's bizarre. What did you do in the end? It's funny, you wouldn't expect to get a problem like that, would you, on a new train like that, relatively? Wow. Oh, it's going to be. It's going to be close then. So right, okay. So 2 races. So I take it you've got the one later on, and then you've got. So next week's the grand finale. Wow. That'll be exciting stuff. Yeah, they haven't quite got it perfect, have they? It's, I mean, it's similar thing, really. I always think with the sort of the normal old-fashioned open door stock, where essentially all the doors are opened, and of course that wouldn't be like that in real life. It would be very much haphazard. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, right. I see. So, yeah, so it wasn't just a temporary thing then, it literally was a permanent problem with it. I take it that did that actually happen at the depot then, not whilst it was in service? Well, I think you're still better than me. I'm at least a minute behind, I think, most days. I think that first stop at Hobbiton, I was really, really cautious coming in for the stop. All right, that's a nuisance, South Western. I did have to go. I went into formation designer yesterday. That was just to make the stop for the 86 run out of Euston, and again, I mean, it's reasonably straightforward, but it's kind of flexibly inflexible. That's about the best I can say with it. All right, crikey, Scooby. Good evening, Benji. Yeah, welcome back, and glad to see you watching again. Ah, okay, right, Gospel Oak, yeah, oh, crikey. Yes, definitely. Glad to hear that, Mace. Yeah, both of them look good, and I'm hoping. And again, I won't do it. I don't think I can do it really in the live stream unless somebody does a scenario, but I'm hoping to do a recording video on the North London line with the Freightliner. Hello again, Seb. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you kind of got this train here, and then those two that are on the third rail section, so bound for Crystal Palace and all places on the East London line. Right, so you reckoned... I see what you mean. I've forgotten who said now. Was it Scooby? Somebody said about being able to make up time when we got to Caledonian Road and Barnsbury. Yeah, we've got something like about 2 minutes, haven't we? So, yeah, that's going to help massively. Yeah, 86, Maze Taze was saying, yeah. Yeah, there's a load of 86 liveries already been done in Creators Club, which is great to see. So the one I'll be doing a bit later on, I'll be using Les Ross for kind of Railtour scenarios. But you've got the Caledonian Sleeper, you've got the LSL one in Swallow livery. You've got Virgin Trains liveries, you've got Copland Freightliners, just pretty much everything that's out there. We're on the second run, Seb, to be honest, so we did that run, I think you watched a bit earlier on, where we were Manchester Piccadilly to the airport, so we're on the Malme line now, so we're going from Stratford to Willesden Junction. Yeah, I wonder why you get so much waiting time here. So we've got somebody avidly reading his book, and I don't... Is he trying to do a selfie? He can't be recording the train because he maybe he's thinking about recording us when we depart. It'll probably be a intermodal, I think. That's going to be the idea, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a scenario. I should be able to whip one up in free roam. Yes, indeed. I think you're right. So let's see now if we can kind of keep a bit more closer to the timetable. Should be keeping an eye on these signals. I've had like loads of adverse signals and I haven't really been noticing too much what's going on. I've kind of always assumed that we're going to get the road regardless. I don't massively mind. Probably the new ones, the you know, the ones that came in the cargo pack. Oh, I like that. That's good. we were given priority over the freight there. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah. Is that the newer pack? Is it? I mean, we've stopped in time there, but I'm convinced we got double yellow and then red there. Right, so we've now got a single yellow. Yeah, I think your favourite trains, aren't they, Scooby? The 378s. Yeah, thinking about it, I think this scenario is one I picked off the Awesome Trains forum thing, where it looked as though it was a decent, particularly decent one. I wish I'd just picked a regular one now, because it's quite challenging with all these regular signals. But I remember watching years ago. Ah, right, there we go. We've got. I think that's because of that one crossing over the junction there. But it's quite good having these adverse signals, because I remember watching the North London line video 125, and although I don't think he ever stopped in his 313 in the entire journey for signals, he was constantly getting adverse signals all the way through. All right, excellent, Seb. Plenty of variety there, isn't there? You've got the trains on the West Coast Main Line, you've got trains on the Settle and Carlisle line as well. I was watching Jeff Marshall's video. Well, I watched a bit of it anyway. Didn't watch it all, of his trip recently on the Settle and Carlisle line. Yeah, we just need a 313 now that's got a pantograph mode in, and then we could do an absolutely proper 313. Just got to be a bit careful with this signal, because we're not exactly getting a really good view of it, are we, here? Right, okay, it is. I can see a glimpse of yellow, so we're all right. I have to say, that video 125, and I watch it from time to time, and it was set in Silverlink times with the 313, so Richmond, and it goes through to Woolwich, and I was immediately just struck by how fascinating the North London line was, with all the freight. And just the fact that, you know, parts of it you feel as though you're in the middle of the countryside, and then other parts you feel as though you're really set high in the city. Just a real fascinating line with plenty of variety. We've got that up as well. I think there's yeah. I'm thinking more the green Freightliner liveries. That's kind of the thing I remember them the most for. But I think there's actually on Creators Club. I think there's some of the old grey freight stuff as well. Ah, right, fantastic, Andrew. I mean, I must admit, I don't tend to buy them massively nowadays, because, you know, sort of a lot of the time you can get a lot of these runs completely free with videos on YouTube. But yeah, I think the last couple I bought the Pendolino from Euston to Manchester Piccadilly, and that was just literally because it went through my neck of the woods with going through Stoke. And I bought the Glasgow Edinburgh one, and I have to say the 385 in that video felt a lot nicer than the 385 does to drive on TradeSim 5. All right. Yeah, it was a fascinating little line, and I mean, it's good that we've got a kind of a version of it on TradeSim Classic where you can still carry on through Stratford and carry on out sort of into the midst of Woolwich and everything. Quite an interesting little section. So I'm still behind schedule again, and okay, for once I've remembered the 20 mile an hour, but of course I suppose the secret is to hit the 20 just as you're coming in towards the platforms. Yeah, I love the 3. I've been on one in real life. I've done that run I went from Glasgow Queen Street, yeah, Glasgow Queen Street to Edinburgh Waverley, and I'm quite impressed by them. But I'm not a massive fan of driving it on TradeSim World. I quite like the TradeSim Classic one, actually. I find that more fun to drive. I think there's a few bits and bobs that they could improve on the TradeSim World one. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I mean, we're going to do Les Ross in a minute when we get to Willesden Junction, but we haven't got the that lion symbol, and also it's got Les Ross on both sides. I think in reality it's got Les Ross on one side, and then I can't remember what's the name on the other side. Is it Peter Pan? It's certainly not the same on both sides, is it? So I don't know whether that's kind of doable in the game or not. But yeah, I mean, if you get round to doing some liveries, then you know, fantastic. But there are some decent ones up there already, and people are kind of, I think, we're basically doing them on the night it came out. Yeah, the 385 cab's absolutely horrible, and I don't know whether it's a peculiarity of because it was made by Rivet Games, but I just don't like the angle that you get as the driver. But the 380 I absolutely adore. I love driving the 380. Strange looking units, I agree. Yeah, so despite the making up that bit of time with that break at Caledonian Barnsbury or whatever it was, I'm still absolutely massively behind schedule. Oh, we got a first time we've seen a green probably in the entire journey since we left Stratford, I think. But I particularly like driving the 380 on Cathcart Circle. I'm not going to make any smart remarks about I'm kind of getting these stations now, because I'll probably overshoot the next one. I don't think I've ever seen this from this upwards view like this before. So they're standing by to do something. They've got some boxes all ready to deliver some stuff, and then you get a nice little high street scene as well, and even a news agents as well. Ah, right, fantastic, Maze Tays, yeah. Yeah, I do absolutely love the 86, and you know, it's partly, it's my era, it's my sort of train, but it's, yeah, great train to have in the game. Yeah, well, let's hope so, Scooby. I know the forums are going mad over predicting what the Train Sim World 6 routes are going to be. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. There's such a lot of detail, and you know, they feel completely different than the Mark 3s, the Mark 2Fs. And I just feel as though, you know, sort of back in the day, I seem to remember being more on a Mark 2F and sort of the Mark 2 air conditioned stock than the Mark 3s, because it'd be trips to things like Birmingham New Street on a cross-country train, which kind of would have been electric and then would have switched over to diesel. There we go. That was nearly an overshoot. Finchley Road and Frognall, and then it's lovely the fact you've got little seeds like that as well down the street. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. There you go. near perfection, that. Tell you what, I bet it takes some training to get the timekeeping right on this run. But I still absolutely love the detail of the stations. Coming into West Hampstead. I know, it's I don't know about real life, but it's it seems absolutely impossible to do it on the game. So I think, if I remember rightly, you go this way, don't you, to get to... there you are, there's the tube. That's... yeah, then you've got the very interesting area. Brondesbury next. Yeah, that was the Jubilee and the Met Line bit, wasn't it? Of course, we've got no Met Line trains on the game, so but good to see though that they've put in the Jubilee Line train, or at least, you know, an idea of them. But that was kind of Johannes's view on it, wasn't it? Wherever there was a line that we were passing over or under, he wanted to make sure that you got trains running through that were kind of semi-realistic. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Chiltern lines as well, off to Marylebone and to Birmingham Moor Street. After again, really tight, these platforms around here. And again, one of my better stops as it goes. I mean, that still remains a route. I mean, I own it, but it's a very, very old route for Train Sim Classic, the Chiltern main lines, and it was one of the original Just Trains routes, so not one of the best. Finally, he says, yeah. The trouble is, though, the thing about this sort of thing is, you start getting a little bit of a confidence, and then you know, you've kind of got your speed up to try and maintain time, and then of course you come then launching into the platform at too high a speed, and then you do overshoot. I mean, it's pretty intuitive, really. But the secret is, you've got to get that braking spot absolutely nailed, because I think it's one of those where really you don't actually need to start braking until you see the platforms, because you never really gain above 45 miles an hour. So that's enough to get your speed down in time. There you go, a bit of trampolining going on there as well. Yeah, maybe do with filling in that little section there. I know, that's the thing, isn't it? As I say, you get confident and then you get overconfident. That's the problem. But I mean, I was saying when I was writing up the blurb for the stream earlier on, but I still feel as though I've not done enough of these 378 runs on this North London line to still feel absolutely, totally confident. But I'd love to hear a real driver actually, you know, sort of guide us through all these stopping bits and bobs. But I think it's one of those where you don't really need to, as long as you're confident that you know where the platforms are, and sometimes they can creep up on you a little bit out of nowhere. Like, you know, here it's going around the corner, but as long as you can see the platforms, then it shouldn't be much of a problem getting down. It'd be nice if they could fix this issue with the passengers. You get somebody there sitting on the bench waiting, but he's got no intentions of joining the train. Okay, he might be waiting for a Richmond train, but it'd be good if we could get some proper passengers loading on and off. It's very much an issue with this particular route. Now that signal just changed up to double yellow, hasn't it? So yeah, I think that's still before the platform though, isn't it? We've still got potentially still got a red. Yeah, do you mean for the Richmond bit? Yeah, I can't wait for that, and it'd be nice if we get at least a few pictures from Johannes as to what he's done, because that's going to be absolutely amazing. That's strange. I acknowledge the AWS, but I've got a I got caught out there. Ah, right. That sounds excellent. Right. Well, we're moving. There we are. I've got wheel slip now. I'm trying to go way too fast. Yeah, that was a bit strange, that. I acknowledge the AWS, I'm sure, for the single yellow. Right. Yeah, I have to say that sounds a good score, that does. But we'll see in a minute. Let's try and get this down to 20 in time for the 20 mile an hour. Ah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Clever little blighters, aren't they, these trains these days? Find 1,000,001 things to try and catch you out with. Right, coming into Willesden Junction. Might as well try and get as close to the marker as we possibly can. All right, well, good luck as ever, Scooby. And I hope you do well, and hopefully you might have an unassailable lead to set up for your final run next week, all being well. We've got something coming through. Yeah, that might be a closely regarded secret, unwind and relax. But yeah, thanks for watching again. No, it's not really a secret. I'm Kevin. All right, that sounds really good, Scooby. Alright, let's see what the score is then. Oh wow, that was the closest of margins, wasn't it? Well, that's made me happy then. So I've won by 20 points, a solitary 20 points. So that was as close as, very close. So there's still a bit of speeding along the way at times. I mean, it's given me an on-time bonus, but I think I was pretty late overall. All right, excellent, Scooby. All right, so I think what we're going to do, where are we time-wise? I might just, I know we're only an hour and a half in, but I might just grab that coffee. I'm feeling quite thirsty, actually. Yeah, thank you very much, Amates. But yeah, I think it kind of proves it's still a difficult old train to not the train so much. I think the train's quite great to handle, but the route itself, I don't know how you would get it on time, but I think you kind of need to do it. You know, if you've done it 50, 100 times, then maybe, just maybe, you could get it on target. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Oh yes, of course, yeah, max power, yeah, that's right. We had that once, didn't we? Christopher brought that one in, which was excellent, I have to say. Right, yeah, I'm just going to grab that coffee even, and I'll be back in a second. Right, here we go. I am back, and let's load up the Class 86. So this is free roam, of course. Actually, because it's one I made earlier. This one, so I can go into resume last play because we're already set up for this. I just need to make sure I've got me. Yeah, I need to make sure I've got me braking on me power brake controller. Yeah, that's it. So we can still use it. So we're going to do London Euston to Milton Keynes. It's probably optional, really, whether we stop at Watford Junction or not, but we'll perhaps will do, I suppose. Well, that worried me for a second. I thought, what's this black looking screen going up? Of course, this is used on the winter Cumbrian, well, not just winter, but the Cumbrian Mountain Express. So, of course, we've got a whole blue rake of Mark IIFs with the RMP. Knocked up with Formation Designer. Yes, yeah, we'll stop at Watford Junction, I think. Yeah, might as well. So let's get the train set up. And then, of course, we need to sort out the DSD. Took me a bit of finding actually from this cab. That's it over here. Right, so, well, it says DVD up there, doesn't it? But yeah, that's the one. Ah, excellent. Well, I did think of that actually because, yeah, the real one, I was watching my own video actually, the real one did have some maroon ones in, so I did think of doing that actually, but I've stuck with this for now. But it's good that you can actually knock these things up, and let's get the doors unlocked. And get this thing sorted. Headlights on. So I've already set up the path so that we're set up for where are we on? Yeah, marker lights on, that'll do us. We're set up for Milton Keynes as our destination already. I'm hoping that no, that hasn't gone right. Hang on, I thought I'd selected the right button for... no, wait a minute, no, I pressed the wrong one. Yeah, that should do it actually for the brakes. Yeah, that's it. Well, that's funny. It's now showing the brakes operating on there. That's interesting. Actually, I've just thought I'm not in forward, am I? Might just have to drive this one with the keyboard, I think. All right, that sounds excellent. Unwind, yeah, Paris, wow. Well, you never know. You never know. Quite a few people would like to see the Channel Tunnel and the Eurostar on as a DLC. Already got the bit, you know, from sort of St Pancras. But it still manages to feel authentic, even though you know, we're mixing it with the modern timetable. And I think it's brilliant the fact that the 86 is in use on the West Coast Main Line, even on these occasional runs. And I got that video of it coming through not very far away from me a few weeks ago for the channel. Just try and keep an eye out really for some special runs as well. So I didn't ask you Unwind, but I take it, are you actually going to Paris on the train? I mean, I've actually been to Paris twice on the Eurostar. The first time, way back in 1998, actually, I went with a mate for the World Cup in France, and that was in the days where we were going from Waterloo. But I've been more recently with my father whilst he was still with us, and we had a trip for the weekend. We went with my sister that time, and that was actually from St Pancras that time. I remember my father asking me, actually, as we went through the tunnel just out of St Pancras, he was saying, "This isn't the Channel Tunnel already, is it?" And I said, "No, I don't think so, Dad. I think it's just going under London." All right, excellent. Excellent. Of course, it's yeah, it's the big school holiday time now, isn't it? Well, that'll be a really nice few days, and I bet you've been really looking forward to it. And I have a suspicion that your daughter is going to be mega excited about going to Disneyland. I don't know, it seems an eternity to me. I remember those days many moons ago when used to finish with the school holidays. They really are, aren't they? It's kind of like there's virtually no point in them being in existence. I mean, I think that that headlight that popped on at the front, which looked, you know, rather like a sort of an afterthought. Really, it was a bit like. You know, sort of back in the day, of the sort of lamps that you put on a steam train, really. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, and it's a nice way to start the summer holidays as well, isn't it? I've yet to try it actually in the 86. Well, there we go. Well, that's something we can do when we do the run from Piccadilly to Wilms. We can perhaps try a bit of a nighttime run with that on Manchester Airport Commuter, maybe. I've yet to see that route at night. Forgetting as well, I should be calling you Uncle Albert, shouldn't I? Yeah, are you pleased you bought it? I suppose that's the question, really. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's lovely. It just really adds to it, doesn't it? It's I mean, the 87. You know, I won't lie. I enjoy driving the 87, but it feels a lot more complete than West Coast Main Line over Shat. Yeah, very true. That's kind of very much a modern thing, isn't it? Scooby, for the lights to be enough for you to see ahead, because the assumption was the driver didn't really need to see absolutely. Yeah, sounds are absolutely excellent, and we know that they are Armstrong Powerhouse sounds, don't we? So you know, absolutely sourced from the real thing, and they seem to have mixed them beautifully. And I think they've got the sounds on the carriages as well, which is excellent. Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, this is West Coast Main Line South, so we're doing a run up to Milton Keynes. Just in free road. Yeah, I'm hoping to see somebody doing a scenario with you know, either intercity based or even Virgin based, with a mix of 86 and 87s, and 313s doing the DC line stuff. Probably get away with the Network Southeast liveried 321 or Silverlink liveried 321 for the well, 323 for the 321 stuff. Yeah, yeah. The thing about the 81s and the 85s and the 82s and 83s as well is they really were the roarers. They were very loud. I don't really remember the 84s, but very often travel behind a 85, a very, very common sight. Yeah, I've got a feeling I'm 10. I think I'm 10 coaches. Good point, actually. Could because I think we still get points at the end of it, don't we? I think so. I don't know whether that will make a difference because I've got a slightly lighter weight or something. But yeah, I'd love to see an 85 in the game. I think Tom has said just trains that he'd love to have an 85 in as well. But he was saying what the difficulty is getting proper sounds, because I think the only one that's in existence isn't operational. I think so. I believe we do. No, I don't massively. I think as long as you complete it, I think it still gives some sort of score anyway. But we'll see. We'll see when we get there. Yeah, would love a 90 in the game as well, and again that would be very fitting for this route, and potentially sort of West Coast Main Line over Shap as well. And who knows, perhaps a Great Eastern Main Line route for the future as well. A 91 for the East Coast Main Line would be brilliant. I can remember kind of the time when the 81s and the 85s in particular were retired, and we were left with the 90s were coming in as brand new. Yeah, so would I. And again, I think Tom, it's another tray that Tom would love to do. I mean, again, getting source material for the train is dead easy because it's still in existence at crew, so that'd be easy enough. I mean, personally, I wouldn't be that bothered if they cheated on the sound slightly, because very few people can remember what they actually sounded like as such. So, you know, even if they kind of used you know, something similar to the 91 sounds, you know, I don't think it'd be too far off. I'd love to see the APT sort of on the main line. In real life, but I suppose the question is, if it ever did get made, would it be more reliable the second time around than it was first time around? Although I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that once they'd ironed out all the teething problems and it was kind of used as a regular sort of service run 3 times a week, I think it was, then I think that sort of reliability wise it was actually pretty decent. Been a bit cautious for this Watford Junction stop, also really, but I was a bit frightened of missing it. Yeah, I probably could have waited until I got to Bushy before I slowed down quite so much. I'm hoping, I mean, I think the Just Trains route, it seems to be like an annual release, so probably more likely to be coming out again before Christmas, I guess, sort of October, November time. So, but hopefully when we get the Dovetail Direct announcement at the end of August, then we'll actually know once and for all what the Just Trains route's going to be. They certainly announced it last year anyway, didn't they, with the initial announcement. Yeah, this is going to go down as the most cautious stop ever. Probably holding up all the timetable really behind us. Should have routed us into some of the slow lines for a bit of authenticity. Oh, we've got a 377 waiting and a Candelino coming through. And a 710 waiting in the platforms as well. So it's always busy. Oh, we've got a 350 over there as well. That's something I miss, you know, and the sound of the brakes coming on. Coax it up there. I'm going to have to notch up again, am I? Just to... that should be alright. I love the sound of the brakes coming on the old stock. And the sound of the motors going off as you came into the platform as well, like that. mean, I don't know whether it's I think the 350's got a bit of a reputation for being frame rate hungry, but I don't know whether the 86 of these carriages might be a little bit top heavy as well, perhaps. Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. Yeah, this is the Class 86 in all its glory, and the Mark IIF carriages, and I haven't popped into the buffet car just yet, but you can actually purchase sandwich, pork pie, a soft drink as well. Let's get a glimpse of the buffet car there. Get a better view there. There it is. I like the fact that we get the right of way as well. Not always a feature that you see on a TTG release for a loco. Hang on to get back into forward. And of course, you're always conscious that you have to keep an eye on this as you notch up. To go into the red zone and blow the motors. I just remember that sound so distinctly. It's kind of, this is me growing up. So I've heard that on a couple of videos, I think. I don't know, I've no idea. I think it used to have a reputation for being rough riding as well, the slow lines. I've got a feeling it's on YouTube now, but there's an absolutely brilliant old rail scene video, unless it's been deleted, but, oh, getting into the red, careful. There's an old rail scene video from London Euston to Liverpool Lime Street in the 80s. I think that was in 86. And the traction inspector does a absolutely brilliant commentary all the way through and talking about various bits and bobs, and absolutely fascinating to listen to. You don't reckon? Spooky goings on is all I can say. I've never seen one myself, but I'm the sort of person that would wake up in the middle of the night and there'd be a ghost at the end of the bed and I wouldn't even notice. Well, not until I put my glasses on anyway, and then it probably would have gone, so. But yeah, if it's actually available, there's the, no, that was the Pride one, wasn't it? Not the climate change. But yeah, if you get the chance to watch the video on, it should be still on YouTube, but it's a run from Euston to Liverpool Lime Street, and it's a really interesting watch, and it beautifully captures the period. Yeah, then that's the great thing about driving this train with the modern timetable. It still feels appropriate. Good evening, Max. Hope you are doing well this evening. Excellent. Yeah, I always feel as though Motherwell Station is the Watford Junction of the Glasgow area. It's kind of that similar distance from Glasgow Central to Watford Junction, isn't it? Sort of, 15 miles or so, something like that. I always enjoyed, I have done the run a couple of times on the channel. I mean, we did a full run, well, you'll remember, London Euston to Glasgow Central, but it's the oldest routes, one of the oldest routes in the game, the old Train Sim Classic run from Carlisle to Glasgow Central, and it's got quite a few of the bits of the Scottish network in and around. You've got places like Wishaw and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what they always say about Watford Junction. This is for pick up only, and then set down only. It was like, heaven forbid that passengers would use the train as that one stop between Euston and Watford Junction. I don't know how effectively that was ever policed, though. I suppose, thinking about it, even nowadays you generally get your tickets checked going from Euston fairly soon after leaving Euston. So I suppose if you'd only got a Watford Junction ticket, then they would have plenty of time to tell you off about it. And that's one of those weird AWS things, isn't it? Never quite get the logic behind there. To be any diverging line that branches off with the lower. I think that's just a random one that's in there. But I quite like the fact that, sort of driving this 86, it's not totally fictional. It does happen quite often, the Cumbrian Mountain Express runs. Yeah, I like the fact that the Maze Tays has added in a couple of maroon trains for added authenticity. Of course, being in the 86, we are restricted to 100 miles an hour. And I've got to kind of remember as well, when I set up the freight run on the North London line, I think I'll have to change the brakes over, won't I? Is it to vacuum or something? We've got to southbound freight coming through here. Always one of my favourite stations, Berkhamsted. And much as though I love this route, you kind of feel as though when you get to Milton Keynes, as though it's like I'd like to go on a bit farther. There's a, do you mean the steam train, Matthew? There is the steam tornado, isn't there? I know with this Cumbrian Mountain Express, it'll go as far as Carlisle in electric mode, and then I think they got the Cumbrian coast then. Do they do something like come back the other way via the Settle and Carlisle, maybe? Feels like an absolute age since I've had the reality of driving on one of these 86s, one of the old electrics. I think the closest I got, I remember, I mean, it's a few years back now, but I remember coming back from Manchester Piccadilly. I was getting back to Stoke, and they got, I think it was an EWS Class 90, and it was a kind of a substitute service, but that was enjoyable. That was unexpected as well, so that kind of made the day quite special. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's quite a sight, isn't it? And, I mean, the West Coast Main Line, there is an absolute ton-load of freight going through. And, I mean, when I filmed this 86 coming through, sort of between Stratford and Crewe, when I made that video a few weeks back, I mean, I was only there about an hour. But again, we probably had 4 or 5 freight trains in that time that came through. And again, of course, they have to hold the speed, otherwise they would cause tremendous problems. But we are going to do, once we've done the 286 runs, we are going to do a 66 on the East Coast Main Line. I thought we'd use the intermodal pack this time, because I've only really had a couple of runs in it so far. I don't think I've even done a run on the East Coast Main Line on it, and Amaze Tage reminded me last week about doing a freight run on the East Coast Main Line. If you heard a squeak in the background there, that's my dog. I think Dan's tending to him, but he likes to get one of his toys out, and rather than bring it into Dan, he'll get it out of his box and he'll squeak it so that Dan knows that he wants a game. Yeah, it's Bridego Bridge, isn't it? I don't know whether I've again been slightly behind it. That might have been it there, was it? The bridge. Famous on location. I think the place, or is there it maybe? How do you know that there's any road associated with that? It's somewhere around here anyway, isn't it? I kind of struggle to exactly identify the spot. I'm the same. I know it's in this kind of neck of the woods. I remember a few years back, I've got a customer who, I don't know if he's still with us, but I remember seeing the address, and I thought, I'm sure that's the farm where they were discovered the great train robbers. And I kind of said to him, I said, oh, it's a bit of a famous address, isn't it? And he said, yeah. All I know is that it's kind of I know it's a bridge that goes under rather than being one that goes over. So I don't know whether I've missed it. I say I'm a few seconds behind, so it's kind of hard to get the timing exactly right and link it into what you're saying, you know. What was the name of the farm? I've forgotten now. But you know, they obviously had an absolutely massive police search, and eventually they found that the farm where they'd been staying was very, very close by. It is an absolute joy to drive, and you know, I think I said, you know, on Tuesday when we did the first live stream on it, but distinctive whir of the 350s. Right, okay. I bet I missed it. I'm sure I missed the exact point. I'll have to I need to have something fixed in my brain to tell me exactly where it is. Something to look out for that I can kind of pinpoint and say, right, it's here. I do love the fact how TSW, although you've kind of got that thing saying 110, it'll correctly tell us when we get to that point. It'll restrict us to 100 because we're driving a loco that's restricted to 100 miles an hour. I think it was only the 86 ones which were modified for 110 mile an hour running. I know sort of all the 86, this is of course 862, and the 860s, which were the original versions. I think because of the way they were built with the bogies, this unsprung weight, I think it was called, was causing all sorts of untold damage to the track, so they modified them, and well, they got plenty of use out of them. I mean, they were only retired from Freightliner use a couple of years back, weren't they? So they certainly have plenty of value out of them, and they're still in use in other countries in Europe as well. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, even now you've still got the, even in the present times, you've still got the line going off to Bedford, haven't you? So you've kind of got a link between the West Coast Main Line with the Midland Main Line. What do they call that? Was it the Marston Vale line, isn't it? Again, if you really probably didn't need to actually notch off, I could have just run down, couldn't I? They actually used for a while, I don't think they're using them now, but they were using those modified D-stock trains with sort of whatever engines they got on them, but they were used for a while, weren't they? But I don't think they lasted for very long. Not totally sure what stock uses the Bedford Bletchley line now. Kind of keep an eye out now, thinking about it, because Bletchley's a kind of good reminder. Oh yeah, I've signalled myself into platform 5, I thought, for a bit of variation. Oh, is it class 150 again, is it? It certainly used to be. That's kind of been the stock for many, many years. The sound of the brake coming on is almost more exciting than the sound of it speeding up. But again, so reminiscent of days gone by. But I mean, with the pure variety of all the liveries, there's so many options and possibilities. Good evening, King K Games, and welcome again. Again, I know you've been very busy with all the videos that you've uploaded in recent times, and always brilliant standard as well. But, again, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us once again. Well, I suppose they're showing their age a bit now, the old sprinters. I mean, I can remember them being absolutely brand new in sort of, well, it was regional railways, but they were kind of called, I think they were called provincial. It was called the provincial sector before they were known as regional railways. And the sprinters were brought in really because I think British Rail knew that the pacer was a great idea, but wasn't really something that could suit mass replacements for the old first generation DMUs. So we had the Sprinters. I've got quite a soft spot for the Sprinters because I can remember them. I mean, it was quite exciting because, you know, I mean, nowadays I'd love to travel on an old first generation DMU, but I was kind of slightly fed up with them at the time. Excuse me. There we go, really busy scenario, so yeah, tremendously enjoyed that. Perhaps I'm imagining it a Maze Taves. I'm sure when I did a free roam the other day, I'm sure it could still come up with a conclusion, but maybe not. There we go, deep in conversation. Right, okay. Well, obviously didn't give us a score anyway. Maybe it's, I don't know, perhaps I'm imagining it. Wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, that was great fun, so enjoyed that. Then we're going to do another 86 run, but we'll do it on Manchester Airport Commuter this time. So we'll take a run down to Wilmslow. The strange thing is, I found coming that into the stop easier than driving the 378. But again, it's kind of like shorter platforms. It's slightly easier to judge, and it's a little bit easier sometimes with the very long runs. Yeah, I presume when you're at Torquay, you managed to go past Dawlish and the sea wall, which is always an amazing sight. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really enjoyed it, and I think it's just a bit different, and I think it's quite good to kind of remind people just how good the free roam mode is, because it does, to all intents and purposes, the same as creating a scenario. And okay, if you want something very era specific, you've got to do a scenario, I guess. But if you want to do whatever timetable it's set in, then it works perfectly. I'm sure the other week I only caught a few minutes of it, but I was watching a tiny bit of Dad Rail, and I think he mentioned something along the lines there. He says, wouldn't it be good if you could get like a sort of a better scenario creator? And it was a bit like in you know, sort of timetable mode. He says, I'd love it to be in, and it's like, but it's already there. It's on the free roam, and a great feature. I mean, you think back to Train Sim Classic, because if you did like a free run mode there, you just wouldn't get the same variety. It'd either be no stock at all, or I don't know, it just felt a really disconnected sort of service, even if there was other trains present on it. So this should work out quite nicely, actually, because it's only going to be about, what, less than half an hour the run from Piccadilly to Wilmslow, and then that sets us up for an hour's run on the 66 on the East Coast main line at the end. So that should be quite nice, really, time-wise. I think Christopher's been enjoying his Frey Bentos. Oh, hi Scooby. Yeah, have you done, or are you in between sort of practice and the race starting? So we'll load up. So this time I'll have to spawn it in, because I saved that one in preparation, but we'll need a bit more work to do on the next one. Ah, okay, yeah, right, practice, yeah, and then usually the actual route itself is sort of usually on whilst we're getting towards the end of the stream, aren't you? Right, so Amaze Tays was saying we'll do this one at night time. So let's find Manchester Piccadilly, and we'll go for, I mean, even this time of the year, it's, if we say 10 o'clock, we should be dark by now. Right, okay, yeah, that's about usual time, isn't it, Scooby? And again, usual thing, if you think on, let us know in the comments, let us know how you get on. It's always good to know. What I'd love to see is when you, particularly if you win the title, what we really need is a bit of a video compilation of some of your runs. That would be quite exciting to see, if that was possible. Right, so we've got to work out what platform we're going to do this from. But yeah, it's the first time I've seen Manchester Airport commuter route at night, so let's have a quick look around. That man is stood in that position 24 hours a day. I'm getting a bit worried about him. Yeah, okay. The train times. Complimentary tea on a business trip. Drivers wanted, rail card half price. All on board. Take a peek in the Peak Forest. Slightly spoils the illusion when you see him changing pages and you realise it's the same. Tracks fixed, delays no more. Oh, excellent. But yeah, it looks lovely at night time, doesn't it? The donut shop, not seen that before. I think I've even been out to this side so much. I think we've got to go from one of these. We'll perhaps go from. Where are we now? We'll go from this platform, I reckon, because there's nothing on the timetable, so it should be easy enough to spawn in. You know, I'm not sure it's going to be long enough. No, I've changed my mind. Right, I'm going to do a bit of cheating here. I'm going to go over to this one. Well, there's the Pride train Pendolino in attendance yet again. Pendolino coming in. Right, custom formation. We want, don't we? See in a minute how useless those headlights really are. Yeah, I sometimes struggle with getting the cursor in position, but there we go. Right, let's set the path to begin with then. So, yeah, absolutely. There you go. You see, we saw it earlier on, going from Euston to Milton Keynes. Now we're seeing it. Actually, we need to go back up to the junction, and a bit worried that there's a train part there because I hope it doesn't mean. Oh no, we're all right. There isn't a train, is it? That's just the path. Okay. Now, the question now is. Yeah, we need to add a waypoint now, don't we? So that I've not done this before, so I hope so. As we're going via Stockport, right, that's let's do a rare thing. So. Add waypoint, yeah. Yeah, first time I've tried doing that. Okay, so let's get this train set up. We really will see how dark it is in a minute. Control and C, which of course is to crouch down. Really does feel eerie, doesn't it, wandering about the train like this. I forget there's a button where you can do nighttime mode, isn't there? You can put the torch on. Right, so that's that. I probably really should be authentic by putting a lamp on the back of the train as well. I can remember how you do it. Oh, I love that. Look at the wow, that looks used, doesn't it? That's incredible. So we'll put the headlights on for as much use as they are. Right, let's get the doors shut. You always just have to be slightly patient because, again, it's an older train, so kind of applying something just kind of mechanically. It's just not like computer you know, sort of the computerized world that we live in, where everything reacts immediately. Glad that we can see the track at the moment anyway. I don't know whether that will carry on or whether that's just kind of the little glow from Manchester. Wow, is it really only 10 miles then from Manchester Piccadilly to Wilms? I didn't realise it was kind of that close, to be honest. More years than not this weekend I wouldn't have been at home actually. Certainly last year this time of the year I went to the Royal International Air Tattoo at Stratford, and I've been more years than not, but I'm kind of getting to the point now where I feel as though you don't get that much variety year on year, so it's kind of probably a good thing to go every other year. Right, that's what it said, because it's a waypoint. Yeah, I see. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was going to say it's never only 10 miles to Wilmslow. Oh, I like the spark. I don't think I've ever seen that before. You can capture it from. We're not going to see it now, are we? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's good. Glad. I mean, the lighting is not, you know, some of the lights on the train don't massively light up the way ahead, but it's good that it's not totally pitch black, and you know, I love the look of see it lit up there alongside depot. That's an awesome sign. It's a tad darker now. Be interested sort of beyond Stockport what it's like, particularly when we come up past Cheadle Hulme. Probably quite dark there, I suspect. Still plenty of trains going on, which is kind of good to see. Yeah, this is such an evocative sound to me. I mean, for people over a certain age, it's the sound of a steam train. But this is the sound that I remember. You know, steam trains. You know, I've enjoyed riding on them when I've been on a heritage line, and you know, it's been a really pleasant, lovely day out. But this is my childhood. This is the trains. Oh my goodness me. Right, okay, yeah, well we took that slightly a little bit too quick over the junction there. Kind of on the slow lines, aren't we? It's presumably because of the platform that I've selected to get us into Stockport. I am indeed, Seb. Yeah, we're doing a nighttime run to Wilmslow, and then we've still got a 66 run to do yet on the East Coast Main Line. We're going to do a run from Peterborough to Newark, I think. Yeah, I can well imagine that, actually. And how on earth, if you're a real driver, you know, you think particularly back in the 80s, well, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, driving these things, how did you know where they were? And it's like they can almost smell their way through. Oh, they are. I absolutely love that, I have to say. I think that's 6 miles, you know. I think there is still Wilmslow. Because the fact is, Stockport's coming right up. Yeah, absolutely. And this was, this was British Rail. And for, our younger viewers, this is trains as they used to be. And it's well worth, thankfully, this is why YouTube is such a brilliant resource, because there is so much video, archive stuff, even from the 80s, of these old trains. And it's just fascinating to see that the way they've changed. Good evening, Kevin. Do you mean on the 86? Oh, and welcome, by the way. I don't think I can remember you watching before, but yeah, thanks for watching us, by the way. Yeah, it's a brilliant game, isn't it? Absolutely love it. I'll have a look at the controls in a second when we come into the stocks. Hopefully it won't be still too dark at the end of the platform. If it is, we will put the cab light on. But I've had that experience with the we'll go with that anyway, for there. Yeah, there is a reset button, which is that's not that, that's the wiper. It's one of these. That's the anti-slip brake. Go. That's the pantograph down. That's the one. Pantograph up and overload reset. They're just the train heat buttons. So yeah, I think basically get yourself neutral back into forward, and press that button and you should be good to go. And if you're enjoying the stream, by the way, and you haven't done it before, then if you would consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. But yeah, it's lovely to see the station lit up like this at night. Now I assume we're not on the board, as it were. Yeah, no, the next service is the 2360 to Alderley Edge, and then there's still another one after that, the 2351 to Crewe. That must be the last train of the day. Ah, right, yeah, fantastic, yeah. Yeah, it's a lovely old train to drive, I have to say. And okay, I know the passenger system's a bit messed up sometimes, but you kind of feel as though this time of the night you kind of get this slightly desolate look to it. And again, just this sound, the sound of it starting off, and that whir as the driver puts it into forward, and the sound of it moving off. And I can remember very often the driver would actually have his head out of the window as he was doing this. He'd looking behind him. Yeah, so that's 6 miles. That definitely is. That's the final destination. So not all that far, really, relatively, from Piccadilly to Wilmslow. I mean, we can't see it in the dark anyway. But the one thing that's missing in this area, as I mentioned in the review, was Stockport County's football ground, Edgeley Park. Oh, I know. I think Rivet Games basically, I mean, they're obviously all fairly small teams, but I think they kind of have over-committed themselves with their efforts that they've done. And, you know, I mean, this route itself is beautifully made from, I know Kate's taken, you know, a couple of years, might be even 2 or 3 years, but, you know, it's been worth the wait. But I think Rivet Games just constantly just overcommit themselves, and they end up producing stuff that's at best, you know, sort of 60-70% finished. And I think the 385 is a great example of that, because in theory that should be a lovely brand new modern EMU to drive, and I can't even bring myself to drive it. I absolutely hate driving it. In contrast, the 380, which was made by DTG, I think, I love to drive it, so it kind of just shows. I don't think the one thing that Rivet definitely have not managed to sort out is the is locos and trains. The only one I kind of would half give them is the Isle of Wight with the revamped stock on the revamped route, and at least they got proper sounds on that. Yeah, I'll give them that. That mountain route. I mean, I've only played it once actually, but that's beautifully done. I mean, I think people as well. Kate's had a bit of a modification now, but the 150 got absolutely shed loads of criticism. Yeah, I've got that. Do you know? There we go. That's pitch black for you here. Yes, I must admit I've got that route with the flirting, because it was I don't know if it was TSW 5 or TSW4, but it's kind of not a route I've bought by and spent extra money on, but it's one of the ones that came out with one of the releases. But I've still yet to give that a proper try. I just wished that there was some proper. Oh, I saw. I think I saw an advanced one in the neutral section there. Power down. Yeah, at least it's lighting the signs up. But I wish there was some PDFs of every single train, because, oh yes, Cheadle Hume, I recognise that. Right, I wish there was some proper manuals for the trains, because, you know, there's some things you can come back to driving and you might not have touched it for 6 months, and you know, even if at one point you've learned how to drive them, how are you supposed to remember again? That might have been the neutral section. I kind of felt it jolted a bit there. I think that's something that, you know, practically be a hanging offence in real life, to be going through a neutral section with power on. I think you would be properly castigated. And we should be alright. I think we're actually powering up anyway still, so maybe it wasn't there. I love how it flashes and sparks off the pantograph. That's just an incredible sight. So I presume that double yellow is for Wilms load. I hope I've not got a blocked station or something, because this time of the night you probably never quite know. Interesting experience, because again, it's like that red signal's going to come out from nowhere, so I think we kind of need to be going no more than 30 to give ourselves a chance of stopping at the signal. At least you don't have any issues with the sunlight or anything when you're doing a nighttime run like this. Yeah, a bit concerned actually. Point 9, I hope the platform isn't occupied, but we could always change the platform technically. Though I can see a glint of yellow actually, might be alright. Yeah, definitely a single yellow, so we're okay. Yeah, those, as you say, the way the headlights are lit up is beautiful. I love how you hear the sound of the motors like ratcheting up, or well, it's this notching up thing, isn't it? Where you can kind of hear it kind of mechanically going on in the background. So we'll certainly do plenty more runs on the West Coast Main Line over Shap with this as well, because it's you know, an absolute beauty. It's quite nice the fact that when you do the cross-country runs on over Shap, it's, you've got the additional stops at Penrith and Oxenholme. Is just departing. It's a long way down the platform. It's quite nice though, the fact that even this time of the night you've still got something going on. It's obviously, it's not the most busy area in and around, but yeah, it's good to see you've got buildings still lit up, and Yeah, that's nice. I like that down there. You've got a nighttime scene and the bit in and around the station. It's just not completely pitch black everywhere. Now, where's this off to? Is this is a crew service. So what time is this train due off? Don't see any PIS display. Yeah, anybody that's walked about stations, you know, this time of the night, they've just got a totally different atmosphere. Anyway, I have no idea what time train that's going to leave. So yeah, so we'll end that scenario there. That was very enjoyable as well. That's our little Class 86 segment, and then we're going to move on for our East Coast Main Line Class 66 run for our final run. So this should be for Echo 26. So part 1. So this is on the intermodal pack, and it's Peterborough to Newark. So I think there's only one timing on this. So this is actually the decider, isn't it? So there we are, poised at 1-1. And that should be just about right, because we're 20:08, so I think it's an hour and 4 minutes or something like that. So that'll take us over the 4 hours. Yeah, I don't think I missed too much from the golf point of view. Scotty Scheffler wins the Open. There's a surprise. So he won by 4 shots in the end from Harris English, who's American. And then got her up. Clark Fitzpatrick was the top British player on 11 under. Bob McIntyre of Scotland was on 10 under. McIlroy was on 10 under as well. Yeah. Yeah, this should be good. Be a good. I mean, it's only. I think the one thing I would criticise myself with by these packs is sometimes not getting enough use out of them. And you know, I love them at the time. Loved the military pack, and I love this intermodal pack. And then it's kind of like, right, okay, but then I've not probably driven it for 2 months or whatever it is since it's been out. So. It's I'm glad you reminded me, really. It's kind of bringing yourself to think, well, wait a minute, there's plenty that I've already got that I've not really driven very much. Sorry, folks, about the little delay, by the way, in between. I always prefer to close the game down and reload it up, because it's just protecting, hopefully, against the game dumping on us in the middle of the run, and it's got a tendency to do that. If we try to do the whole evening's runs in one go, we'd probably make it through about maybe a little bit through the second run, and then it'd about to dump on us. It'd be great if you could run the whole evening on one run of the game, but whether that will happen in the future, I don't know. Right, so intermodal pack. 66. I'll tell you what, we'll use one of the GBRF ones for a change, I think. Right. Somebody was asking about GBRF earlier on, weren't they? So yeah, we'll have a GBRF in the game. 4E26. So this is part 1. It's going to be a bit too long to do with part 2 this week, but we'll do part 1. I mean, ultimately we will be off to Scunthorpe. Remind me where Dollans Moor is in real life. Ah, excellent, Mace Tays. I know. Well, it's quite funny, really, but at the start of the Open, and I don't know, it might be a very clever way of him taking pressure off himself, but he wasn't quite saying he doesn't really care for it, but he was kind of underlining the fact that his family, you know, which is fair enough, really, is the number one thing in his life, and he was kind of, you know, he's kind of got the attitude, well, I'm not going to get stressed out playing golf, which oh, let's get me sure this is properly active. Ah, okay, yeah, it's one of those places again. Talk about cockfosters, weren't we, earlier on, but oh yeah, I mustn't forget me me doodah, as somebody would say. Great timing, that's the one that I want, isn't it? Right, there we go, that's what we want. So we should have now be set up for goods. Yeah, brilliant. Ah, right, excellent, Kevin. What's your favourite route on Train Sim Classic? Wait for the brakes slowly to release. There we go. So we've got GBRF. Whitemore. I missed a trick because there was one, I think, that said Neve Valley Railway. I should have picked that, could have been in Peterborough, but anyway. Right, so we should be. I mean, I've certainly, well, I've spent shed load of money on Train Sim Classic over the years. I mean, I've been playing Train Sim Classic since I think it was 2007 when it came out. Well, that's the age-old question, isn't it? It really is. And you know, I've read loads of speculation. I think there seems to be a lot of indications and signs that we're going to get some sort of route that involves the Dawlish line, and that all fits in with them getting the cross-country licence and the Great Western Railway licence. Oh crikey, I forgot about that. So I think that's the certainty, whether it's Exeter to Paignton, whether it's Exeter to Plymouth, whether it's Cardiff to Paignton or Cardiff to Plymouth, whether it's Bristol to... That remains to be seen. I really don't know. But that's one possibility. I mean, my own gut feeling is that doesn't feel like that's an absolutely premier, you know, sort of a route that would stand out as being something to really excite people for Train Sim World 6. So I kind of feel as though that's more likely to be in the coming soon, you know, or coming eventually, a bit like how Cardiff City Network was last year. So my Just Trains hunch is that, you know, it's been kind of hinted that possibly they're going to do a route that involves the 86. So I'm wondering if Just Trains' route might be the Great Eastern Main Line, and that leaves as well, what's likely to be the premier route then? Well, it could be that sort of Great Western thing, I don't know, but if it's not, who knows, perhaps East Coast Main Line, you know, perhaps King's Cross to Peterborough. I think that would get people excited. Yeah, it does, Kevin. I think that's the thing. I mean, I still drive Train Sim Classic from time to time, but I kind of feel as though you go from driving something that feels like a train simulator to driving something that's like the real world. And there are times when there are bits of Train Sim World that feels so real that you feel as though you actually could be in the location. Yeah, good question. Do you know, I saw the sign for the neutral section then, and I thought, wait a minute, this is a freight train, isn't it? So I haven't got to worry. Well, it's not the fact that it's a freight train, the fact that it's a diesel loco. We haven't got to worry about neutral sections. Yeah, Train Sim World is... I've kind of moved away a little bit from Train Sim Classic, I must confess, because I just enjoy Train Sim World so much more, because of the realism of the graphics, and you've got a 24-hour timetable as well, which keeps you interested. I try, mate. I try. You know, some people might say I waffle on a bit and talk about nothing sometimes, but yeah, well, I hope so. I've certainly I've had a lifetime's interest in trains. But thanks for watching though, and your comments are really appreciated. And yeah, thanks. Glad you're enjoying it. And can't remember whether I've asked you, but if you haven't done it, if you couldn't subscribe, I'd be really, really grateful. Just keeps the interest in the channel going. Trying to build towards that first 1,000 subscribers, not too far away now. Perhaps didn't see me my first run of the night where I drove the 323 and I overshot a couple of platforms. I was miles out with that one. Right, so this is one of those awesome train sim runs. So kind of all systems go in terms of the brakes. I think we should be alright. If anything, we need to get some more power on to make sure we don't grind to a halt. Yeah, King K, what would you like to see in Train Sim World 6? I mean, I've kind of said from my perspective what I think might be coming in there, and goodness knows it's only speculation, but if you ask me what route I would like to be in the game, I'd love to see something involving Stoke. So, you know, Manchester to Birmingham would be my absolute ideal. So I think we are being held in the loop here, aren't we? Oh no, we've got green now. Of course, this is what driving a freight train would be like in real life. You're not quite going to get full, clear signals all the way. You're not the priority. You're not the main thing that's on the tracks, and the signalman's very much geared towards making sure that the passenger trains have got first priority running through. Long old train. So we're going to get a faster speed coming up in a minute. Speed up to 80 miles an hour. Well, I'm saying 80. I presume we're top speed 75, I think. Oh right, Lumo, yeah. I'm thinking lump. What's the lump? Yes, yeah, the Lumo, yeah. Yeah, I don't think mine. I think mine was just a conventional one, wasn't it? But of course, it can vary a bit, I suppose, because it's a bit random what comes up with the reskins, I suppose. So we've got 17 miles. I know. I love Lump though. It certainly got me guessing for a minute. Yeah, Stoke Junction, then Carlton down passenger loop. I think, is that where we ended? Yeah, 13:38. So yeah, fair old wait till then. So yeah, we might get held up at Stoke Junction. Yeah. Hiya, Henry. Welcome to the stream. No, I didn't actually this year. I've kind of reached the state. I went last year, but I haven't gone this year. But I do enjoy going. The only thing about it though is, much as I enjoy it, it's always been a bit of a test of endurance, really, because usually I'll go from Friday to Sunday, and because of where I live, I'll stop over Friday, Saturday. I usually stop either in Cheltenham or Oxford because I'm usually too late to get any closer. But it means setting out the house or getting up about sort of 2-3 o'clock in the morning so that I'm there in good time and outside the gates dead early. And then I can't quite do these days Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's just too tiring. So I'll usually then have a chill out day on the Saturday at the Travel Lodge or Premier Inn, wherever I stop. And then I have to get up again dead early on the Sunday morning, and I'm usually kind of at Fairford about 5 o'clock in the morning, knowing that we can get onto the car parks at about 6:30, I think it is, from memory, and then they let you in at 7:30. So it's a tiring old weekend, really, and I'll be honest, sometimes it's a bit of a test of endurance, but I do enjoy going, and I'll probably go again next year. But I'm trying to do every other year, because I think you don't get that much variety either when you go every single year. It's sort of fairly similar one year to the next. I mean, if I could afford it, I'd consider one year going in that, being a Friat member and sit in the grandstand as well, because you get some lovely views looking down on the runway that you just don't get from the flight line. So I've just had the one air show this year so far, which is the Midlands Air Festival, but I'm hoping before the end of the year to perhaps go Old Warden, because it's always a chilled out day there at Shuttleworth, which is a very, very long-winded way of saying no, I didn't. Did you go, Henry? Dashboard a bit more. Ah, right, okay, excellent. Did you enjoy it? I wasn't even sure if we got an F-35 in the flying display this year. I've seen it, I think, on the highlights video from yesterday, so I think it was in yesterday's flying display, wasn't it? But sorry, not yesterday's, Friday, but I don't think it was in today, was it? I'm still waiting for a classic view of the F-35 where I've got a close-up of it hovering and then doing that kind of rotational thing. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. Oh, there you go. There's the Illuma for me, Amaze Days. Tell you what, it's a great reskin there, isn't it? Yeah, it could get boring eventually. I did see a video of the Spanish Typhoon, which looked pretty decent. I mean, my favourite Typhoon display, I think the RAF one's pretty good this year, but I do like the I love the Italian Typhoon display. I saw that again last year, and they seem to put on the absolutely really exciting Typhoon display. Ah, lovely base tays. I mean, there used to be, funnily enough, I've been to Biggin Hill for the air show, but I'm not superstitious, but I'm kind of feel as though I'm jinxed by Biggin Hill, because I've been 3 times. The first time I went, my car broke down, and we ended up hiring a car out halfway to get there. Then when I got there, I broke my tripod, which I've never done before or since. The second time I went was kind of okay, but I ended up being okay. It was a very hot day, and perhaps I had too much sun, but I was ill on the way back. The third time we went, and me and my brother thought, we've cracked it. It's been okay, and then my brother actually wasn't his fault, but we had an accident on the way back and wrote his car off. It was a foreign lorry, who basically tried to come into our lane. My brother had to swerve to avoid it, and we kind of did a 360-degree turn and hit the crash barrier, and that was that. So yeah, it's a strange place for me, Biggin Hill. I'm sure it's all complete coincidence, but yeah, the Spitfire is an incredible sight. And another thing about the Spitfire, well, Spitfire and the Hurricane, but I've got an auntie and uncle, they're both in their 80s, but my uncle went had a ride in a Spitfire a few years back, and then I found out recently that my auntie in the last few months has had a ride in the Hurricane, and they let her control it sort of for a few minutes as well, and I can just imagine her saying it, but she said, "Oh, am I flying this plane then now?" Yeah, it's weird, and you know, I mean, the funny thing was, I mean, we went because we'd seen so many great air shows down the years and videos of Biggin Hill, but it's just odd, you know. I've never had any experiences, anything remotely like that going anywhere else. It's just I'm not, as I say, I'm not superstitious as a person, but it kind of put me off from going again. Oh yeah, it's sort of millionaire's paradise, isn't it? Oh, I tell you what as well. Actually, I've missed out on another one. There was another time when I can't remember what was the plane. another time we went there with my mum as well, and we saw a vampire crash, and basically it flew past in formation with something else, and it didn't touch the other aircraft, but we watched it flying past us, and then it disappeared over into the woods in the far distance, and then suddenly we just saw a ball of fire as it dropped down. That's the only time I've ever been to an air show where I've seen a plane crash. That was another time, another strange day at Biggin Hill. Funny thing is, I was just thinking that myself. I think so. I think he might have ejected, but I can't remember 100%. So I believe so. I mean, speaking of crashes as well, and I wasn't there when the Shoreham accident happened, but I've been to the Shoreham Air Show a few times, and it was always felt such a lovely air show, and the people there was such enthusiasm. They had the commentator that was there was an ex-Concorde pilot, and there was just such enthusiasm, and really enjoyed it. But yeah, very sad what happened there, and of course that was totally and utterly pilot error, and it seems, I don't know, it always seemed to me as though he forgot what he was flying at the time. He tried, okay, anybody can make a mistake, but you know, if you're a pilot, you make a mistake, it costs lives. But on a nice summer's day, there's kind of no better way of spending a day, you know, particularly when we go to Shuttleworth, because you kind of park your car up and you're basically there. You haven't got to walk. I mean, when you go to Riyadh, you've got to walk miles. I think the runway's something like 2 or 3 miles long or something like that. But when you go to somewhere like Shuttleworth, it's just such a chilled out day, and you know, you get your chairs out and just enjoy it. Really relaxing day when the weather's nice. I can't think of a better way of spending the day. Excellent, King K. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I mean, the thing is, when you go to Shuttleworth, it's all pretty much old planes and stuff, but sometimes it's just the smell, even freshly mown grass, and the smell of the oil as well, and you know, the fumes, and it's just incredible. Certainly me and my brother have very much fallen in love with Shuttleworth. We watched a video from the 1990s, and there was an old chap called way up. That's yellow. But there was an old chap called John Blake who presented it. And he started off by saying, you know, something like, "It's oh, I'm at Shuttleworth, and this is a place where, you know, I'd sooner be than anywhere else." And we were kind of thinking, yeah, but it's all old planes, and that's not quite so interesting as you know, you go to some of these places. But we've kind of begun to agree with him completely. I think that's the thing, isn't it? I think loads of people would love to see the Elizabeth line, but it's going to be really boring through that that major section. I suppose, you know, if they kind of made sure they did the whole thing, and we could do something like Shenfield to Reading, for example, then that would be pretty decent. What's this signal? Can we no, still red, isn't it? Hopefully then we've got something to pass us. And make sure we get the brakes on in time. Perhaps, I don't know whether I'm just sitting back a little bit, Southwest, and sometimes it makes a difference which train I'm driving, to be honest. Yeah, I think I would love to. The only concern about St Pancras is I kind of feel that to end it at Bedford would be slightly boring, and it's kind of not the most dynamic of routes. I mean, I'd love to see it get extended up to Leicester or something, and then it would make some sense with the other Middle and Main line, but that's probably a bit of a journey too far. I like it. I thought for a minute, Southwestern, you were going to say that you fell asleep listening to me, and it's like, oh, you've got one of those voices that I remember once, actually, one of the videos I uploaded, somebody kind of said, they said, oh, I look forward to watching that video. Because it's the perfect thing to watch before going to bed, and I was trying to work out if he meant that it was something he liked to watch at that time of the night, or whether I sent him to sleep. There we go. That's what we're waiting for. The line next to us is cleared for green. Right. Yeah, I like that. Red means go. Yeah. Good evening. Merseyrail train simulator route builder. How's it going? No, we're East Coast Main Line, Southwestern, so we're going as far as Newark in this run. It's part one of this scenario, but we'll call it a night when we get to Newark. So I think the fact that that's green then should mean that we'll have an Azuma, I would have thought, hurtling past us at some point. Ah, excellent, Merseyrail, yeah. Yeah, I like that, yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's you know, it's kind of like, doesn't the signalman know who I really am? You know, that's incredible. Good to see that you're still working on the routes, Merseyrail, and you know, I think it's a huge project what you're undertaking, and you know, take your time, and we'll very much enjoy it when it does come out. Yes. Oh, I know what you mean. I've seen some videos of his. He's hilarious, isn't he? It's almost, he's so funny that, you know, it could be a parody. Right, wait till 1308. Right, we're all right then. Yeah. All right. Hello, Martin. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of easier than calling you Merseyrail, I suppose. I'll try and remember that. I'll probably forget, by the way, next week. But yeah, hi Martin. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Thanks for watching again. I mean, I've said before, but I think Merseyrail route for TSW would be popular as well. But I don't know whether you'd be overly enamoured, because it's one of those things where you could spend you know, several years of your life building the route for Train Sim Classic, and then it comes out for TSW. Yes, indeed. Uncle Albert, yeah. Right, we've got a green, which is excellent stuff. Let's get some brakes off. We're on an uphill gradient. That's interesting. How come I must have some power on. Yeah, I think. I mean, I spent years trying to build. Well, the track was already in place. It's a huge route, sort of Manchester Piccadilly to Stratford, and you can convert it. You can get it to use different track types. But it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. I noticed as well, when I did that Wimbledon video, which was the last video I done for the last video I did for Train Sim Classic, but it didn't seem as though RW Tools was quite as good as it used to be. I tried changing the time and it completely broke the scenario. Yeah, it's quite a difficult one with train sim collect, because there's lots of assets that are used in various routes, but you don't always realise that from the start, that there's lots of stuff that are just duplicated assets. It's lovely the fact that we have a 313 that you can, with backdated train sim, you can convert that into a 507 and a 508, and a very nice trains to drive as well. Love the sound of that going through the tunnel. So I'm hoping now we might have a straight through run now to the end of our run at Colton down passenger loop. I mean, we're 24 miles away and we've got, well, 26 minutes. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the 313. Yeah, came out from AP. Yeah, and then you converted into a 507, 508 from the backdated train sim. I think this is Train Sim Classic, the base Tays. He's got some videos up there actually. I've watched the videos charting the development, and I mean the actual tunnel section looks horrendously difficult to get right, but he's got the base of that in. But I've definitely got a soft spot for the Merseyrail, and very sad to see the end of the 507s, 508s, and again it's just another chunk of, you know, some trains from the 70s, 80s, and well, even more recently that have now disappeared out of the spotlight. I've been on the new, what they're called now, the 777s, and they're all right. You know, they're quite nice trains, but again, I've missed the old units. Right. So what you need is, so the 313 itself is so it's not like an enhancement pack. It's a unit in its own right. So that's from Armstrong Powerhouse, and then it's the backdated train sim website that they've got the conversion into a 507, 508, and you get a different cab and everything with that, which is quite nice. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember you saying that before, and I mean that's lovely, lovely to hear that. Crikey O'Reilly, this is getting a bit stuttery. there's more Lumo services than there are LNER. That was Grantham, wasn't it? There's some cracking stuff actually, and again, you know, a few bits and bobs that you need, but there's some great routes on backdated train sim, and there's also Martin will tell us his name, but what was his name? Dunning, wasn't it? Can't think of his first name, but there's an old kind of Merseyrail routes where you've got you can take the train out to New Brighton, for example. I've done a video of it somewhere. But there's some good stuff on the backdated website. There's also an old version of the North London line as well, so you can actually, apart from anything else, you've got Broad Streets in there, and you've also got the route from Watford Junction to St Albans Abbey. Mike Dunning, Cheshire, yeah, that's it, yeah, which is a brilliant route in its own right. I mean, the video I did, I took a little bit of a liberty with it because and again, it was only for the video of my own use, but I actually, I kind of stuck the some signals in rather than the semaphores, and then I took and streamlined it a little bit, and then did the 507 out to New Brighton. Yeah, it certainly does. I think nowadays I'm getting to the point where TSW is the thing for me, and certainly, you know, it's, well, you can probably tell from the streams, but it's the thing that I mainly drive now, and it's just the variety as well. You know, the graphics are better, the sounds I think are better on TSW, but just a timetable any time of the day, and you haven't got to mess around with it too much. They certainly do, and I mean, sort of route mileage wise, we've got most of the UK covered in Train Sim Classic. Yeah, definitely, it's a good run, this one, I have to say. I do enjoy a good freight run. Yeah, I think some people say that, Southwest. I mean, I've heard it said as well that there is more depth and variety in the sounds, but I don't know, I can't appreciate that myself, and I always think the sounds are much more pronounced and distinct in Train Sim world. I always feel as though the only comparison I make is TSW feels like it's playing in stereo, and Train Sim Classic I feel as though I'm getting back to analog a little bit. Yeah, well, I'm only a convert to driving the Class 66 on TSW in the last year, really, because I started the live streams in September, and pretty quickly, well, I did a couple of runs on West Coast Mainline South when it came out, but Amazed Tasers sort of encouraged me and kind of said, look, it's really good fun doing these freight runs, and I've started to really enjoy them. Exactly right, yeah. Yes, spot on. And that was the thing. I think the first time I did it, it was kind of like, right, I'll give it a go, but I'm not, I haven't really driven it very much before, and I don't know whether I'll do a whole run or something. And but yeah, I've got to the point where I absolutely love them now. And there's something quite nice about these long runs where you can kind of sit back a little bit in your armchair and chill out slightly more. I must admit, like the runs I did earlier, I mean, I love doing the stopping trains like we did earlier on, both the 323 and the 378, but it's a bit more stressful because you're stopping every couple of miles and you've constantly got to keep your brain. But with this, you kind of, as long as you keep an eye on the speed limits, jobs are good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I'd probably make a better freight driver than a passenger one. Really, I don't think London Overground would be massively queuing up to take me on. You can take it actually on Tradesim Classic as far as York. Yeah, I do enjoy them, but as I say, it's a bit more demanding. So it's quite nice to get the variety. I think people generally have quite an interest in seeing, you know, things like the overground and the underground on the game. But yeah, Martin, the Tradesim Classic, we've got Liverpool Lime Street through to Manchester Victoria. That's Alan Thompson's Chat Moss route. Then you've got the Dovetail Games Huddersfield line route, so that will take you as far as Leeds. And then there's a couple of ones. There's Leeds lines, and there's also the OTS simulation, which is on Tradesim Community, that will get you as far as York. I like it. I like it, mate. No, I've never driven the 66 on a passenger run, but the closest I got to doing a rail tour on the West Coast Main Line South, apart from when we did the 86 earlier on, but I did do, I think it was my Easter run, I did a 37 from Milton Keynes Central to Stratford. Very nearly came a cropper on there as well. There was a red signal that I got inside by about 2 yards. Yeah, I've only I've done it with a, you know, formation design. It seemed to work all right there. Yeah, absolutely. And I must admit, the develop again, it's been an acquired taste, and I think very much down to your influence, Amazing. But these cargo line packs I've really enjoyed over the last 12 months. And the great news is they don't charge a king's ransom for them as well, which is really good. So I look forward to the that nuclear pack, which is volume 5, I think, isn't it? So that'll be good. I'm hoping to. Yeah, definitely. It's been a long time waiting. That GWE remaster. It was nailed on for TSW5, but they are. I think they've done a great job with them. That's Skyhook, isn't it? With Adam Lucas, Lucaszone, as he used to be known as, I think. And I know that run we did from Carlisle to Preston with the military line pack. I mean, that was just okay. It took something like 2 hours to do, but it was tremendously exciting. I've just got a little reminder about a couple of minutes ago. Little scrape at the door from me. From our dog, our Westie. He knows that I've not done my sandwiches yet, so he's desperate for me to come out and make me sandwiches. Yeah, well, you hope it won't be too far off. It's a kind of a mystery as to why it's taken so long, because it seemed as though it was basically ready to go. I mean, I think the reality is this Liam's got a bit distracted with. I mean, it was only ever a part-time thing, wasn't it? But I think he's got slightly distracted building other stuff. Oh well, right. Yeah, so we have better call it a day when we get in a minute. Yeah, more often than not, I have usually done them before the start of the stream, and that's what Harry's mithering over. He knows absolutely definitely that I've not done them, so he's waiting for a few bits of ham, and he's probably sitting outside the door at the moment, listening to me every word, because he's listening out for certain words that he knows. All over the flat crossing. I'm slightly more of a lion. I can lie until 6:30. I mean, if I'm feeling really tired, then I give myself till 7, but it's a bit more of a rush then. And I've probably said before, but it's just a reskin King K, so off Creators Club. It's lovely to see, isn't it? Adds a bit of variety. I'm probably lucky so far because I've got sort of reskins of the Azuma into Great Western livery as well, so to wonder we haven't seen one of those whiz by. I could do with trying to be in reasonably early tomorrow for work, because we've got a golf event going on at the weekend, so it's taken over at the moment. That's live golf thing at JCB, so that's sort of Friday to Sunday. They haven't given us the day off though, unfortunately. Oh crikey, yeah, that's early in the morning. Yes, I guess when we pack up with this run then, I suppose you're going to be pretty much straight off to bed, are you? Very good, Martin, I like it. Yeah, it is early, that. Well, the good news is we've got 2.1 miles and well, we've got 7 minutes to make it in, so I don't think there's going to be much of an issue. We should be slightly early, but yeah, it's been a good run. I really enjoyed being looped. And again, it's kind of good if you're looped and there's a point to it. I mean, I seem to remember with that Class 47 pack, the Isenbau Kingdom Brunel down the East Coast Main Line, where you seem to get looped and then nothing actually overtook you, so it seemed a bit pointless. But this feels like this is what should happen with a freight train. Oh, that'd be incredible, wouldn't it? That really would be nice. I would. I think I'm going to be a few years up, really, but I'd love to be able to do it. Ah, right. Well, I will say, Martin, just one point. We are literally right at the very end. We're 0.7 of a mile from the end of the stream, so we will be finishing fairly soon. But thanks as ever for your company. Really, really appreciated. And good to chat with you, and really good luck with the project. And say, just take your time, just enjoy it, and you can release it when it's ready. Yeah, well, that would be amazing. Yeah, that would be really nice. I don't think I'm literally going to be able to do it that quick. Unless I get to the stage where, who knows, I've got 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, then maybe it might be a bit different. You never know. But in all seriousness, though, I you know, kind of, that's something I would love to carry on doing. Hopefully, once I get to the point of retiring, and you know, it'd be lovely to still do this live streams, get a bit of extra income from that as well. Right, so I'm just trying to work out. Yeah, that's signal to the right is not ours, is it? No, that's for the main line, and then we're that one that's up ahead, aren't we? Oh, another Lumo. We're invaded by them. Be just about perfect. Oh, it's going to make us waiting for the extra 3 minutes as well before we get to the final score. funny with the sometimes trying to get. There you go. You can see a much better view of it from that side of the sunshine. I'll keep the clock on just so that we know it's actually officially ended. I don't know if we'll get any trains coming past us, but it's kind of slightly underrated, this route. I think it's certainly got its good points, and really enjoyed that run. That was a fabulous run, and another really nice stream. Really enjoyed the to-in and fro-in. Oh, here we go. We've got an Azuma racing through. My hunch is that was probably a Lincoln service, because that was only a 5-star. A bit of a longer affair. I mean, I think I've said before, but I would love to see King's Cross to Peterborough, but I'd also love to see this end of it extended as well, and go out to Leeds and York as well. Yeah, thank you very much, Amazed Tage. Yeah, much appreciated, Albert. So we're waiting towards the final minute for the score, and then this will decide. At least we haven't got to worry about penalty shootouts this week anyway, have we? Because we're poised at 1-1, and we've got to win it one way or the other. So I'm not sure about next weekend yet. I'll have to give it some thought. I'm hoping I can get a Freightliner 86 run on the North London line for a recorded video. There's another one of those Spiky Yorks things as well on the Goblin line, but I'm struggling to get it to work properly at the moment. I've got this weird thing where I've got 2 or 3 trains which are supposed to be separate, attached to each other. It's very bizarre. I don't know what the problem is. It's probably just something that needs reinstalling. So wait for a moment, it says, having told us to wait till 13:38. So just quick thank you as well to all the new subscribers, and just to say that if you would consider, if you haven't considered liking and subscribing, if you'd consider doing that, I'd be tremendously grateful. And there is my final score, 13,451. Is it any good? Is it any good? We'll find out in a moment. So am I going to be defeated 2-1, or is it going to be a 2-1 victory? We shall find out shortly. Ah, right, result from Scooby first of all. Right, you finished second. Oh, that's frustrating. Yeah, well, I'm happy with that. Right, so how does that stand you in contention for? Is it all going to go down to the final week then, next week then, Scooby? But yeah, well done for finishing second again. Generally do, Seb, to be honest. I normally try and do 4 hours on the Sunday, and hopefully we get a bit of interest going. But yeah, congratulations on your second again, Scooby, but hoping, well, it could be quite dramatic, couldn't it, next week? Oh, well done, Amazed Days, brilliant. Yeah, again, a pretty close run. I mean, I was pretty happy with the drive, so it wasn't far off. But yeah, 2-1 victory for you. And yeah, well, Scooby, that'll be exciting. Yeah, that's what you want, though, don't you? You want it to go down to the final race. I mean, if you could get any footage of your last run, I'd love to see it. I must say, or let us know where to get hold of it. No, I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, Seb. But I'll try and get a video up in the week. Yeah, well played, Amazed Stage. Yeah, it was a good result, and again enjoyed the contest as ever. So 2-1 victory for you, which is excellent. And so thank you very much, everybody, for watching. As I say, anybody new who's new to the channel, if you consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. And all right, excellent, Martin and Scooby. Yes, indeed, Scooby. Yeah, fingers crossed for you next Sunday. Well, thank you very much for watching, and as I say, I'll try and get a video up in the week. Yeah, well done, Seb. It's working again. That's good news. And we'll see you for definite next Sunday, 5 o'clock. And thanks again, everybody. And until next time, I'm Powerflower, Trains and Planes. It's good night.